Should start using walkways more in your factories. Dude, walkways are great. They really tie it all together. Like, I really like just using them like as you normally would, just to help you get around, to get off the factory floors so you can get up above and look over, and it just ends up looking good always. I don't know. I just figured, like, I always have to jump over this belt to loot these, and I got tired of playing Frogger, so belt it. Easy peasy. Yeah, we don't quite meet because we're starting at a halfway spot. I was afraid of that. Yeah, man, I'm zooping. I'm a zooper. Yeah, I mean, technically I can just, like, do that, and there's just a bit of railing that clips through. You don't really notice it, ultimately. But now we got a nice, easy access point for this crud. While still being off the factory floor. And up over belts. And then if I want to gussy it up a lot, do those beam supports. Kinda. We maybe get along a little bit, perhaps. I mean, that's pretty close, right? Good enough? I think the issue is always that the beam is wanting to be a specific length all the time, rather than just accepting what it is. So, like, I have to be freeform with it. So it doesn't try to round to the nearest, what, meter or so? That seems fine. And then we could beam connect it as well. Oh, it's like a brace. Nice. I don't fucking know. Didn't do too much. As I said last stream, I was going to that evening work a little bit more on the encased steel beams, which I have done. I got that finished off. I looted up a little bit of plastic from over there. I'll swing by again just to grab a bit more. And I expanded power a little bit, but not a whole lot. We were only like 1.3 gigawatts. It's not a whole lot. We were 900 last stream. I just, at some point the power went out. I didn't even notice it. So I thought, yeah, alright. So we're using that third belt, but everything is still tier 1 miner over there. So I can technically double our power by just going with the tier 2 miners. But for that, I think I'd have to redesign the way that I'm doing the coal. I think I'd have to, like, kind of tear it down pretty much fully and redo it. But I'm thinking about having then, like, the way I've got it now is a riser going up into a coal plant, and there's like the row of 3, but I think I would have 3 and 3 plants facing each other, and in the middle I have then the line, well, I guess it'd be just the 1 and 1. Well, like 3 and 3 ultimately, but for everyone facing each other, the line of coal up and then splitting off. I guess, if that makes sense. And then water would have to just kind of fit in wherever it fits in. Goodbye, fuel. Just pour that all over the beach and back into the water, that's fine. It's good for the environment. It trains resilience. You found a good layout? Did you find a good layout, or did you make a good layout? I just don't have room on the upper platform right now to really extend the coal back much more. Because I got the one lake, like we're kind of bisecting that first lake a little bit. So I'm a little bit out of room on the one side. So I'd have to widen out a bit, which is where the two coal plants facing each other would come into play. Do I have the stuff on me? It'd be like one plant here, and then the other one across from it. And then between the two, I've got the riser for the coal that would then split into each. One just splits directly in, the other one doing kind of a U-bend. And then the water pipes, since they're coming from fluid tanks that I've got up above anyway, that would be on a second level, piping across and then just junctioning down into the coal plants. So I'd have one row of coal facing each other, and then a second row of coal facing each other, and I think it got room down below for the water pumps for that. But if I end up doing the tier 2 miners on the coal, then that'll be fine. Shouldn't be a problem. And then I can stop overclocking the water and just put more water pumps in as well, since I definitely got the materials for that. We have a second truck delivery thing, which is delivering the in-case steel beams, which we're doing quite okay on. We're only making 20 per minute. Maximum transfer rate is 68 stacks per minute coming through, because it's a bit of a long journey, and these roads are kind of garbage to drive on. I did notice it. I don't know why the headlights are always on with this thing. Every time I like get out and back in, every time it has to like reload this thing, it always loads in with its lights on. I don't know. I got most of the under road tunnel in. I've updated the blueprints to not include the inverted ramp roofs, so it's just a nice clear whatever. Get there eventually. Sometimes I find like the ghost of the tractor as well. I don't know what's going on with that. I just hit nothing and I go to dismantle the nothing that's there and it's like, it's the tractor. And I did it the one time just to see, and yeah, it's definitely this tractor that's going around. I don't know, I can even get into the ghost tractor and it teleports me to where the tractor is. It's so messed up. Yeah, the driving on the foundations suck. It's a lot better on belts. I drove on the kind of main line of belts that I've got going through, because this thing can like kind of just crawl up on top of those. That works great. We left off with, I think, just this section of the factory. This just leads down below. This is nothing really wild. Just if I want to go into the cave or something like that, we gotta way up. But this hasn't really changed. This is still just the mining, smelting. I still even have a light here so I can enter in this way. But there is also another entrance through there. There's a few ways to get around. This is where the steel is made, and it goes upstairs still. Nothing's changed with that, sans maybe some roof work? I think I did some roofing stuff across the board. This is just making the pipes. The pipes are coming through. Out from up there. Concrete, just straight across. Coming into here via zipper. Two-layered zipper though, but you get the idea. And that's where the beams are made. 4 per minute, and I got 5 of these machines for the 20, which was the goal. And they just zipper out into industrial storage, which zoops out the front window, across the way again, into a truck station, where the one truck is making deliveries to the factory proper. Ziplining is definitely faster than driving, but a little more hands-on. It's, transport-wise, we're kinda lacking if you don't use hypertubes. If you could drive normal on foundations and, like, the boundary boxes were actually just a plane and it didn't, like, snap and throw you around all over the place, driving would be great, because this thing can go, like, 90 to 100 kilometers an hour. I feel like ziplining gets about there at max speed, but for this you just hold W for. Easy peasy. You don't have to, like, jump from pole to pole or anything like that. Did not do any of the underroad stuff here, and I did not get the quartz/silicon organized and proper on the grid yet. That'll come someday, if ever we do much more over here one day. I don't really know what the plans are. There is still some coal over there to use, so maybe we do a little more power production at some point. Still just the two. I think that's a shadow over there. So, like, 2 coals, and I think these are normal coals as well. So with the Mark II miner, that's, yeah, the 120 coal per minute. So with 240 coal, we could do 16 power plants, overclock those, and, you know, yeah, it works. I haven't overclocked coal yet. I guess that's also an option. I haven't really overclocked much of anything. But things are happening. Catwalks without the fence posts are easier to drive on. Could find out. The catwalks are pretty expensive to do that with because it's pipes and plates and you gotta do quite a bit. I was hoping that it was something with, like, the foundation style. Like, if you change the material over to asphalt, then it would be a much smoother ride. But it turned out to not be the case. They all do that. It's actually just the collision box around the foundation as it goes tile to tile. It seems really bad with the Explorer. Yeah, nah, same deal. Get out of the way as well. Ugh, Mud Prince. That's a nice thing. I like that. Change also this mantle's color to kind of a gray. It's a little less of an eyesore to me. A little. I had also considered, I suspect it's going to be just as bad. I had considered roofing the top of the tunnel with a window, so we get a little more natural lighting in there. Sometimes, but... I mean, glass frame foundations, I don't know. The alternative being just roof flat, which I think that'll not be any better. Hello, Lithriandol. Hello, Neildcore. Hello, Cav. Hello, everybody. How we doing? It seems like the Explorer is, like, really bad with these. The tractor doesn't seem to be affected as much. Yeah, nah, still does it. Maybe a bit less, but I think I need to get the line a bit longer to really know for certain. I suspect it's a speed thing. Like, you only notice it with this because it's going so much faster. Yeah, nah. That's just the way that they've got the collision boxes set for this kind of stuff, I guess. Well, yeah, maybe the proper truck's a bit better with it. The tractor's okay with it. Explorer's dog shit with it. Trains have their own thing that's probably a little more expensive for it to draw. It's probably got more accurate collision, so the train can just kind of fudge it a bit, like conveyor belt style. Just glide along. This is just, I don't know what the fuck. This thing is just constantly doing calculations and it's just going nuts. I guess we could try...
I tripped yesterday and dropped a laundry basket full of freshly ironed clothes. My wife watched it all unfold. My wife called me a sex machine. Well, she actually said I was a fucking tool, but I knew what she meant. D.
Yeah, that's what she meant. Thank you, Luther Handle. I wouldn't have thought that it would have mattered much. Man, 30 FPS is like fucking awful, isn't it? Holy criminy. Somehow worse. Or you just notice it more, I don't know. How about if we go the full like 144? Maybe this might kill the stream for a minute. I apologize if it does. Yeah, no, it's like as bad. I don't know, man. It just is what it is. Driving on the belts is fine, though. Like, no issue. So that's that. The only thing that we're not automating, but could be automating, are heavy modular frames, which I don't quite need right this second. We also need to expand our plastic production and all that good stuff, which we can also do probably later today. It's fine up here. It actually like turns really well up here too. It's just like super grip. It's just a little bit frustrating having to draw belts everywhere to give this thing the track that it needs. 30 FPS better for that vintage feeling? It feels more artisanal? The thing is I don't think this is a very even frame rate, but if you want true vintage... Oh, it can't even go as low as 15. That's sad. 24? 25. Why can you not? Is 30 the lowest you can go? Oh, disappointing. Oh, with motion blur. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Vomit. It's not... its low frame rate feels so weird. It's not a smooth 30 FPS, I think. I don't know how or why. It doesn't feel right, though. There's also, like, so much mouse delay in it as well. It's like the acceleration's gotta warp itself or something. I don't know. Heavy modular frames we gotta make by hand, which can do. It's not much of a problem. At some point, we should probably move this stuff up above as well. I got the plastic, need more wires, need motors, and then heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames are... frames, beams, encased beams, and screws. It's all pretty simple and straightforward. We could... should be able to get a small line of screws going over there by the encased beams. Have to probably get screws made and shipped around via some other thing. Do something weird like 45 FPS because you're not a part of the system? Or 40? 43 because that's a prime number? Yes. Yes, okay. And I'll stream at 1600 by 900 because that's apparently what the cool kids are doing nowadays, even though it's not divisible apart. 16. It's not a true resolution. Not that it really matters much. Scalers are perfectly capable of handling anything nowadays. Yeah, back in my day. Fuck, back in my day, 15 FPS was the norm. Shit. And then I think it was like Doom or Wolfenstein came by that was like, we're due 20 FPS. It was like, whoa! And that was kind of a big deal. Oh, yes. Haha, motors. A bunch of them. And then copper wire we can pick up over by the Ethereum stuff. It's like I was saying last stream. Like, it feels good just having this stuff going. It's a nice feeling. Just being like, oh, we need that? Okay, cool. Oh, we need to mass produce this? Alright, well, let's take the lines out from these factories and plug them on in. It's gonna get a little more helter-skelter when we've got, like, you know, reinforced iron plates have to go to 3 different locations, and screws have to go to 8 different locations, and copper wires have 7 different places to go to, and... Back in the Quake 3 days, when everyone would turn off basically all graphics to ramp up the FPS. Dude, people still do that. Frame rate is, like, the most important thing.
What is a skeleton's favorite form of measurement? Graveyards. Thanks for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot, D.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Lithrandal. Jesus. Ugh. Graveyards. That's enough, I think. It's the same thing like with like streaming and stuff. People would largely prefer having a higher frame rate and like stable frame rate stream rather than something that just looks nice. Stutters and frame drops and low FPS and all that affects people a lot more than higher resolution, which is why some people stick to streaming 720p 60 and just give it like 5,000 kilobit per second bitrate. It's a little bit blurry, but you get used to that. And then 25 heavy frames, which I'd be needing more frames. And also screws, good god. 100 screws go into this thing, where do they all fit? Not Jesus, it's me, Lithrandal. Modular frames. Yeah, and screws. The rest I'm good on. Yeah.
Oh my god!
We're going. It's happening.
What do you call a Thursday without sunshine?
Thursday night. Easy. Easy. The veer's a little bit towards riddle. Thank you, Poppy Seed Aussie. Also, hey, Poppy Seed Aussie, tier 1, 12 months. Congrats on the year. Much appreciated. Enjoy the new badge. What's blue and smells like red paint? Blue paint. What the fuck? Terrible. Get out. Shoot. I should have loads. You can have that partial though. Enjoy. And then modular frames just up above. See, look, we got all this stuff. It just needs to be smashed together. A Thursday without sunshine is just Thursday here. Yeah. Yeah. Here too, to some extent. It would be really nice come autumn because, well, like it would be because we have a lot of overcast days, but there's also like a lot of forest and trees nearby. But unfortunately, most of those trees are pine trees, which are kind of dumb year-round, but it is what it is. Most of them are dying out from a beetle. They're just kind of being slowly phased out and replaced by trees that actually belong here. That'll look nice. Actual, like, proper trees that obey by autumn rules. That can actually support an ecosystem beneath them because they don't shed pine needles that are acidic and just kill everything. Backing pine. Need a lot of screws. How many screws can we make with the steel? Okay, 260 per minute with one steel beam. Well, 5 steel beams per minute to make 260. Yeah, alright. It's not too bad. Anybody who can do any form of touching steel at all whatsoever, like, may as well pump out some screws while they're at it. Still a lot, though, that I need. .7 millisecond delay is still better than 4.1 millisecond, though. Oh, regarding like input delay with higher frame rates. The thing is, though, is like CPU processing time and all that is going to vary between 8 and typically like 8 to 40 milliseconds, sometimes as high as 60 to 80 periodically, but those would be just like a kind of sporadic spike. But like typically, like you see monitors that are like, I have a 5 millisecond response time and you need these for gaming. But like there's the vast majority of the frames are being bogged down by the CPU, not the monitor. The monitor is not the bottleneck here. But even so, if you did have a CPU that could process like reliably like even 6 milliseconds, you're still talking like fucking massive amounts of frames. You're talking like still over 144 frames per second. I think when you start getting to like 240 FPS monitors, that's when you start to run into a little bit of like, can my CPU do it? But I guess that's kind of a good problem to have if the CPU is what's bogging it down. There's forests that aren't covered in pine needles. As a Swede, I'm shocked. Yeah, there's the rare place in Europe here and there that isn't just pine. Just takes a bit of time for us. I don't need to be in here. I don't know why I thought reinforced plates. See, look, the headlights are back on again. Remember the headlight setting for that, for fuck's sake. And remember that I've turned motion blur off game. Even if I adjust audio, motion blur turns back on, even though it still displays as being turned off. And I have to toggle it on and off. Oh.
Milestone reached. Fluids can now be packaged to allow for transportation via vehicle and conveyor belts. Additionally, highly improved biofuel can now be produced.
What do you get when you combine a rhetorical question with a joke? No punchline. I don't like these like riddly puns. But hello, Raver. Good evening? Why are you still awake? Isn't it like 1 or 2 in the morning? Go to bed. What that unlock? The bottler, I think, right? Or packager. Yeah, packager, so we can do like proper fuel. Yeah, the better buffer. Liquid biofuel. Right, yeah, next up would be probably... I already have a jetpack, but we could also research that for some more inventory slots. Better pipeline. Some train stuff so I can be like completely dismayed that everything that I've been spending so hard to make look good and function correctly is just out the window because trains. Fuel generator Mark IV belt. Caterium scanner update. Yeah. We need computers for a lot of that stuff though, so I guess industrial blah comes first. 600 rubber, 200 plastic, 100 motors, and a bunch of tubes. Alright. Well, let's get a bottler and package up some of this fuel that I've got. Put this jetpack to use. Never occurred to you that pine needles actually screws up the ground in places where pine isn't native? Yeah, it's slightly acidic. So it doesn't even, like, sometimes you'll get like some types of moss are okay with it. We have a bit of pine forest nearby that's always like really rich with moss during most of the year. And some mushrooms, of course, because mushrooms just don't care. But like everything else though, fuck no. It's no good. Can't have it. We were okay with rubber, I think, but I'll take another stack. And then plastic, we will see. So this is already disconnected. So we just need... I guess we... Hold on. Let me move this pipe. To that side. Just go auto. That's fine. That looks nice. Into a packager. Steel, rubber, plastic. Head lift 10 meters. Allows fluids to be transported 10 meters upwards. Contains both conveyor belt and pipe input and output. Allows for the automation of various recipes. I need also the empty canisters as well, made of pretty much just plastic, but I also have a bunch of alternate recipes. Oh, draining. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, unpackaging. Gotcha. Well, fuel in, and I'll put together some canisters. And do what we can. This whole area needs to be reworked soon. This is all kind of awful. That was plastic, so I'll take a bit of that and probably just handcraft it for now. Can't imagine it takes too long to make, right? Right? Right. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Easy. You want to subscribe to Tree Facts? No. I don't know that much about it. I mean, a lot of the stuff in Europe is pine because pine is a quick and easy thing to grow. So during the wars, they needed, you know, wood. So they threw pine down everywhere. And some areas never threw anything down. See Scotland, where they just don't have trees. I don't know what America's excuse is to not have trees. They just hate trees. And then complain about tornadoes. Because trees act as a great windbreak. I don't fucking know. I'm not a professional over here. I'm just some guy. Don't think the Douglases are native here in the Northwest USA, and they make so much podzol. They've taken over basically every forested area in Washington and Oregon. Yeah, I don't think... Maybe... maybe Oregon? Nah, probably not, though. So close to the coast. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's really like a northern thing. Like... I don't know if anybody would or should have that much pine. So there's that. Enjoy. How do I know that much? Actually, what are we talking about? Don't worry about it. Actually, you know what I could do? I'm gonna be fancy with this. I hope I have enough room for it. To the right is empty canisters. To the left is packaged fuel? Packaged fuel. Click it 20 times for it to finally register. Packaged fuel comes through, heads up. Would like to head out, but gets filtered into loop back, and I suspect at some point these belts will just completely clog. But I'm hoping that's gonna be a while, especially if I upgrade that belt. And this belt, because we're gonna have like the same packaged fuel just constantly going around more and more and more until I take it out of the container, I suppose. There we are. Yeah, okay. So actually what's happened here is we're only moving that regardless because that's next in line. Alright, fine. Loopbacks are not so simple. Okay. We'll do it this way. Well, really just have a second container. It's like by far the simplest way to do this. Whee! Jetpacks! Oof. Doesn't recharge while I'm in the air at all. But okay. That's something to do. For all that. You should be able to still pull from the lower one, right? Don't wanna? Because, like, you totally can if you'd like. They're connected. Or don't. Not sure why that's not draining through. Then we can drain that too. Maybe that's why I wasn't draining. Because I didn't need to. Shrug. $120 should be plenty for a while. It's only using 10. That's a cheap recipe, water-wise. And I think this oil guy's only going like 15%, 12.5%. Hardly trying. We can do quite some expansion with all this. However, let's take a look at... It doesn't charge while I'm ziplining either? Ugh. Yeah, fine. Okay, we do need a little more plastic. A little more plastic, 100 motors, more tubes. Sounds familiar. Can kind of keep momentum going a little bit with it. It almost makes me feel like raining some justice from above. And then getting dead, because fucking lol. Almost. How do I keep getting turned around here? I'm very confused today. Take a bit of spare cable too. I can't jetpack inside this to, like, propel myself forward faster? Shame. Oh well. Whee! Oof. Jetpack on the way out works quite well, though. And that's why hypertube cannons are a thing. If you do it early enough, you can almost just release and then jetpack to get over a bit more. Don't think that's worth the fuel, though. Overwatch referenced. Yeah. Yeah. Overwatch is a great social experiment. That's about it, though. Alright. We're changing the plug. Rip. Now, since the belt's actually connected, we should be draining from this whole network. Seems to be... Okay. Cool, cool. Bottle it up. I'll actually take a little bit as well for my vehicle. Oh yeah, plastic I needed. That's why I initially came over here. I'll never take fall damage again.
Milestone reached. The manufacturer increases production complexity. A critical look at production line logistics and efficiency is recommended during integration.
Yeah.
The
It's
truck
a
allows for increased efficiency
big
in
boyo.
transportation, automated or otherwise. New project parts enable progress to the next phase.
heavy modular frames and plastic for the industrial buffer, but it stores 2,400 cubic meters up from just 400. Pwah. 6 times the size. That's a chunky boy. Whoa. I like it. Truck, we've got 48 slot inventory. Requires a little bit more than the mere tractor. It's not terrible though. Circuit boards are pretty easy peasy. And then 15 motors, we're making that. Just don't think I need it currently. But yeah, it's also pretty large. Yes. Alright. Could maybe make some jump pads to allow myself to like get around faster. Sometimes. Just like launch pad myself up onto the road from down here. Kinda, sorta. Whee!
Yeah, they can see us.
Ooh.
We're busted.
Oh no, the jump pad. It alerted everyone to my presence. Thank you, David F. and Steele. Welcome, raiding with a party of 9. How goes? Did we get any new things to research here, by the way? The power switch. Nothing really yet. I mean, at some point I should see about doing the grenade. Blow some dudes up from time to time. Clear out some rocks. Work my way down to doing some radio signal scanning. Like, I guess I can do these. I don't have the oscillators for it, but being able to scan for a hard drive sounds nice, and radar technology just generally reveals some map over time. Sounds nice. We really need to work on this stuff, though, I think. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay, David. Not bad. Quite tired and very confused today, but otherwise... So I already know how to do that, I just don't have the powder for it. Right, because we make it in here. A fine excuse. Alright. Well, we'll see. And we can swap in some proper fuel into you. Not that it does much for you, but, you get more juice out of it at least, right? I don't think it affects the speed or anything, though. It just burns through it a bit slower. Yeah, speed and all that seems to be about the same. Sounds about right. Yeah, it's still pretty early here. I didn't really get much of a chance this morning to take care of myself. We'll see if I remember a coffee break later on today. I often forget. We'll see how it goes, though. But hey, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Sergeant Queef with another lunch of champions here. A box of cottage cheese in the fridge that was about to expire. So you're eating that with a spoon. It's a nice thing to have before bed. It's a nice protein for your body to chew away on slowly over time, because it takes a while to digest. It'll help with if you ever wake up and your stomach just feels blech, because like you're hungry but your body's dumb, so it like kind of just makes you feel nauseous where you don't want to eat because you're hungry and need to eat. So the body's like, let's make them not feel like eating. Bodies are dumb. Hey, I need a way up there. Forgot about that. Speaking of dumb. It's me. I'm dumb. I'll just at the intersection, how about? Should remind me about coffee break in an hour or so. You know, you can try, go for it, but I guarantee I'm gonna be like, okay, let me do this real quick though first. And then it's not gonna get done. You'll have to like get a Twitch admin to come in and be like, take a break, streamer. I'll be like, 10-4. Oh yeah. Do I even have the stuff for the computer making? I was gonna look at that while I was there. I need motors for it. But this is a big thing. That's why I made this building so big. I remember it being a bit wider with like 5 inputs. I need motors for it. So let's do that. I'm also going to park you. Park it a bit better. Park you there. Excellent. If you annoy me enough, I either take a break or time you out. I don't think I would time you out. You have to start getting, like, political or something in chat for me to time you out. I'm dumb. Have you tried Don't Act Dumb? I've not. That's a Boombox track. It's like a bunch of Payday music in the Boombox. Can I upload my own music for the Boombox? Hint, the answer needs to be yes. Because, like, then I can get some jaunty gumption up on there, and, like, 3 variations of the Happy Birthday song, and... oh, it'll be great. We'll just have an incompetent, side at the factory. The Kevin McLeod jukebox, yeah. Can have all sorts of like wild spaghetti conveyor belts everywhere with jaunty gumption playing, and it'll be great. I keep out of habit using zip lines. I need to use these more often. I spent all the time getting these hypertubes up, and I often just forget to use them now. Haven't seen the Boombox before, seems hilarious. I don't know what to expect with it. I assume it's just like an inventory item that I just equip in my hands and it plays music while I hold it. I'd like it to be a thing that I like place, like a piece of furniture that then plays music for me. The tubes do feel slow. I can get something of like a boost going at the start to make me a little bit faster. I tried to do like a proper launch type thing with it. Like you do like the hypertube launcher, but the hypertube launcher doesn't work for receiving, only sending. If you try to come back in, you get stuck in between the entrances and you have to deconstruct to get out. So, yeah, it mostly fits and kind of works with the slanted roof aesthetic too, a little bit. This nasty slanted roof aesthetic that still needs to be fixed. Modular engines using motors, rubber, smart plating. And then adaptive control units using the fancy wiring, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and computers. Computers requiring circuit boards, cables, plastic screws. Okay. This is where things start to actually take time. I don't have circuit board automation yet. I don't have crystal oscillator automation yet either, technically. And then it seems like we're going to be using smart plating and the adaptive wiring or whatever for that. That's just rotors and cables, though. That's not a huge problem. And smart plating was just reinforced plating with rotors. Okay. So our motor production is slowed down while making those, but I don't use motors for anything else quite yet, really. Just 2 for this. Okie dokie. It's about how I remember it, though. That's why I say most people probably stop playing around oil. I need to work on plastics. Definitely. Get all that going officially. Like, actually started. Just found a mixtape in some random crater. You can find mixtapes out in the world? Oh my god. I take it all back. The exploration of this game is fantastic. It's just the best. Actually, real quick. Let me take a look at what else we can get queued up here. Power. Get those new conveyor belts. 100 computers though. So I guess jetpack first. Few more screws and some packaged fuel. Or a few more plastic. Packaged fuel. Easy. Should probably move those. They're always in the way. I'm always afraid of smacking my knee into them. little last surge of oil there at the end. Oof, that's loud. I'll be needing more encased beams, I think, to get these done. I need to generally sort through my inventory. I grabbed the little bit of plastic that I need here for the jetpack research and get all this fixed up. Just wanted to say, latest episode of XCOM Harmony sure was a blast. Thanks, man. Yeah. I can't stop. Shit. Bonk. There. 3 more inventory
R&D
slots.
inflated your pocket dimension and has provided a jetpack, which operates on oil-based fuel, for increased navigational capabilities as well as odds of survival.
Okay. So, coal, trashed. Do not care. Some empty containers, leaves, trashed. Flowers, trashed. The bit of concrete can maybe use, but I'll take a proper stack. That is for the chainsaw, but the chainsaw can also use packaged fuel, I'd like to think. No? Alright. Fine. I need a bigger, better chainsaw that can handle liquid fuel then. rebar gun, I'm basically out of rebar, and I don't feel like making more, so... You are out of here in favor of inhalers for me to misclick and use on accident. Base quartz crystals, don't really need. A heavy modular frame, don't really need. I should have probably recycled that, oh well. Where's my coffee cup? Oh, there it is. Sorry, inhaler. Today's not the day, it turns out. Sheets. Tons of rubber. Enjoy. I think I've got most things aside from the encased beams and modular frames. Don't think there's a whole lot else I'd be needing, like some more oil extractors, maybe, like, throw a water extractor on there too. The refinery, just get like, I don't know, 8? Power poles, easy enough to do. Power lines, simple enough. Yeah, motors, encased beams, and I'll grab some more modular frames too. That ought to be enough to get us going. Oh, spoilers, Tarvin. Jeez. There's a Discord channel for that. Wrong way. Chainsaws with running liquid fuel are so high-tech you gotta keep it simple and easy to clean out with solid fuel. Man, imagine having to clean that out, though. Holy shit. That'd be such a pain. Is that on YouTube? Yeah, but like it just went up like last night, though. There might be people who haven't seen it yet. The rule of thumb I go by is like if it was uploaded within like a couple days, then spoiler channel. Otherwise, if it's been like 2-3 days, then fuck it. Then you can just like general chat it, I would say. There's no like hard rule on it, but it just went up last night. Many people stop playing when the automation gets too complicated. Would be curious if there was a statistics for that. I'm sure the devs have information like that, but only for the people who actually submit gameplay data. I would assume, based on what I know of general gameplay statistics, half the people who play this game don't even make it to oil. So the people who continue playing past oil, probably like 30%. Because typically you get like 20% of the player base actually makes it through to the end of the game. Roughly 20 to 30. Much more than 40% is like really quite high. I think with this you get a lot of people like playing vicariously through somebody that they watch. So like they'll have knowledge of the end game, but they themselves never actually made it that far. They just watch somebody else get that far, so they're like, ah yes, I know this information now too. But I don't think many people have made it to like the final tiers. I'd say as low as maybe 15-20%. Just doing some checking while I'm out this way, making sure everything is properly running still and I don't need to adjust anything because I'm not coming back here anytime soon. Yeah, tons of concrete there. That's always been the case. But like coal we're set on. If I were to be doing a bit of steel for the screws, I would need... I forget if we had an iron surplus. It looks like we... Oh, yeah, okay. We're underclocked across the board. Right. So we can bump up the iron for sure. I'm pretty sure we can bump up our coal as well. Because I only had the one coal, I think, and I got the second coal being mined up here to act as the refuel for the second truck depot that I've got. These are slightly overclocked. More of a sanity thing to keep the tier 3 belt full, rather than actually needing to. I'm pretty sure we're going to be backed up for a lot. So we could get some steel screw production going on over here too. There's room for it. It gives the truck something else to deliver, because right now it's delivering the encased beams, but there's really not enough being made for that to be worthwhile. I never made like a proper way up, did I? Yeti always has statistics handy. I'm a game dev at heart. Like, I know these things. I pay attention to these things. I research these things. Because if I ever do make a game, I gotta get my expectations curbed adequately and, you know, playtime statistics and what players expect. And I think the important thing is to realize that it doesn't matter what most people say. Most people are talking out of their ass and don't know what they're talking about. Or had one bad experience and they think that you need to adjust like everything based on that. Like, I had that like kind of a mini rant during one of the Harmony vids where I was talking about what I would expect of like a weapons research tree. That's just my opinion of it. Like, nobody has to care about that. It doesn't mean that anybody needs to like, oh, I gotta overhaul my mod's research tree in its entirety and rebalance everything because this guy said so. It don't matter. I mean, fuck, look at Steam reviews. Or the Steam discussion pages if you're daring enough. These people are clueless. Being a feedback data aggregate would be one of the most painful jobs I could imagine. Trying to sift through all of this and figure out what they're even saying. And how many people are saying that, and if it actually matters. Out of the way. Yeah, one day I'll start chugging away at making a game at some point. I need, like, money for it, though. It's the thing. Which is why I want to just have money, and then I can, like, pay people to do it. I'll just run a dev company. That's fine. And it'd be, like, hella chill, too, because I hate deadlines, so fuck it. Oh yeah, I never got the beams while I was over there. XCOM 2? XCOM 3. That's what I'll do. But I'll call it like EX-COM because it's extraterrestrial combat. Combateers. Or we call it XBAT, because we can totally fudge the initialism like that, apparently. Doesn't radar do that? Or it's like not even the first letter of every word that makes up the acronym, and it's just it's just taking just something from the middle of another word. Then you got true acronyms like modem, modulator, demodulator. Ugh, modem. XCOM squared. Oops. XCOM squared sounds like it would be a... It sounds like it'd be mostly like PvPvE, where there's multiple people in like a 4X kind of setting. or an RTS where you're all separate organizations with your own research trees and funding parties and everything, and you're all trying to handle an alien threat and save the world, but like you're not working together unless you want to. Ugh. And there we are. Radar, radio, RA, radio, detection and range. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not as bad as I thought it was. Although really that'd be radar. RADR, because as it's like with articles, you don't include those. Oh. Okay, let's get a... This is going well. Industrial storage off to the side, or I can dump crud when I don't need it. Like power cells. And AI limiters and quick wire, although I'll need that probably for cabling. Because tier 1 wires are like, ugh, gross. Yeah, we'll be getting more. Goodbye, fuel. Mr. Tarvin, thanks for the Patreon upgrade. Were you from a couple days back, or did you, like, just do it? Checking. Checking. Oh, no, there you are. I see you there. Aha. Thank you very much. We'll probably get a second squad going at some point in, like, South America or something. At least, like, something of a small squad, and they can use a hybrid craft as their, whoops. As their general everything, just to do a little bit of, like, the sporadic medium or something that comes by. Haven't seen Hops in a while. Did they drop off the face of the earth? She is with Ove, last I knew. I think Ove visited her, and now she's visiting Ove. She was in for a bit last stream. I think she's also maybe just not much of a fan of Satisfactory, which is fine. It's not the most engaging of a watch. Just kind of throw me off to the side as some noise and glance over periodically and marvel at my pavement. Yes. Good start so far. Where was the other oil? Is it, like, really nearby? Or is it... Ah. Okay, kinda-ish. Okay. Bump you up to 100. Because may as well. Can't really overclock you like I could if I have to, but our pipes only currently do 300 cubic meters, so... Until I get tier 2 pumps. Or rather, tier 2 pipes. Get a bit of space for organizing. I need mostly plastic. So we can go straight in. Heavy oil residue, making a bit of plastic, 20 per minute. Or we go residual plastic and we use the polymer resin to make 20 per minute. And polymer resin, we're making through a byproduct of fuel. 30 per minute there. 60 per minute. So we could have two dudes making fuel. And then that resin heads off into plastic. But fuel, I currently do not have the power production things for it, which is where that fuel would probably be directly going. So we keep some sort of a throughput happening. So I guess we just go straight into plastic, and the heavy residual fuel then goes into... That kind of has to be fuel, doesn't it? Oh, petroleum coke. Right. Can do petroleum coke, and then we can just, I guess, store it, or more likely ship it off. And put it into like a coupon machine or something. It'll probably fit in there. Worst case, we get a ton of logistics containers or a truck and just drive off a cliff with the truck. What happens if you do that? If I set up a truck and I just like have it just fuck off into the edge of the map and fall off, does it eventually despawn, or does the game keep that in memory forever? Coal power from petroleum coke? Yeah, but then I gotta do more like water and stuff. I'd rather just use coal straight up. Like, that's an option, I suppose, but I'd probably just coupon it and be done with it for now. So yeah, let's go for some plastic. 30 per minute crude oil. It's a bunch. Probably get something of a gap in here. Is that right? $30 per minute? 240? I'm too tired. Yeah. No, 30 per minute. Oh, jeez, I need 8. Oh, God. Alright. Let's game it out. Let's game it out. Did that to nuclear waste. They threw it off the map. How'd that go? Because either the game just deletes it when it gets so far down, or it'll just... More likely, because I'm pretty sure there's no end to the Y coordinate going up, because I've gone very high. I suspect it'll just go very low into the negative coordinates until eventually it would probably reset to origin, 0, 0, 0, or just kind of get stuck there in limbo. But it would always be in memory, way over there, as a vehicle with this inventory. And that's not good for performance either. Less good than having it like constantly falling forever though. But we'd be talking like millions of negative coordinate. Damn near, what, quadrillions, right? Like, it goes... The coordinates nowadays go very big. Just wondering if I do something like this. Not really centered, but bear with me here. Okay, because you're just taking in crude oil, you don't need a physical input, so... That would work. Oops. Oops. Oh, that's not that much. Are you sure? Or 32? I don't know. I mean, that's large. That's a big coordinate. Don't know. I'm tired. It's a big number. It's more than 20. I think we can establish that. The coordinate would extend beyond 20, which, I mean, 20 is a pretty large number already. So, like, you can imagine. Let's just, something like that, how about? That should be enough space, because I'm a little concerned about how to curve pipes and everything. I think that'll be largely okay. Just scoot it out. Maybe one more. Fairly centered. I think one more even. Oh, jeez. That's pretty centered. Okay. Happy enough with it. To the 64th current limit for 64-bit processors, so the coordinates would be 63rd, as we can also have negatives for max per direction. Yeah. I don't know what the max is for Satisfactory either. Big. Because they don't have like a they don't have like a ceiling at like 1024 or something like that. You can just keep going up forever. So I don't know. It might just go the full way until eventually it would crash, I suppose. Or just reset. Most likely just reset and just like warp you back to origin. Or rather warp an object back to origin. Probably just kill you before you get there. Why are my pipes yellow now? What the fuck? Weren't you, like, wildly pink before? I don't know. Okay, it's just funky coloring, I guess.
Yeah, they can see us. We're busted.
Oh, jeez. It's happening again. Astro Nesto rating with a party of 5. Welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a lime green. It's a little bit just like a just a basic yellow green though. What brings you here, Astro Nesto? Kind of want this up a little bit actually. Yeah, I got the swatches in. I thought I had these as pink, not green. This is fine for now, I suppose. We don't have a whole lot of reason to get back there, and if I do, I can make walkways. What is that? Oh. Okay. guess we're in a new biome, so there's different ambience. Here comes the noise! Armback's consumption is so extreme. How much do these take? Oh, we don't know yet. They're not even configured correctly. Plastic. 30? Oh my god, we're like so screwed for power. I think I keep half these guys not set for now. I mean, most of the factories turned off, I guess, but... okay, well... that's that. Your heavy oil residue heads out into more refineries. 10 per minute? Hey, look at that, 40 per minute. Look at that. It's like they planned it. Just starting out in this game? Look, you're way more advanced. I'm probably further, but more advanced, like as a player? Probably not. I'm also fairly new. We're working our way through it, though. We're going places, slowly. Yeah, I'm gonna want to be doing a zipper thing, so actually... is 2 notches okay? Nah, okay. And then the bend. Still 2? Yeah, but you're being weird about it. But yeah, 2 is fine. Oops. Guide pipe in. I guess we can scrap these. Because I'm going to put in the junction, and they can connect to the junction just fine then. Coke. And then that's 120 per minute that I'll throw into just a coupon machine, I think. Okay. And with her natural head lift, we don't need to worry about anything backflowing or breaking down from that. And then your plastic output can 20 per easily zipper out to wherever. I guess just a simple, for now, industrial storage container here. very rumbly here. Per? Yeah. So tier 2 belt. I'm not really screwed for power. I just can't have the factory producing coupons all the time. Is the thing. Like generally we're okay on average. It does need to be improved, though. But if I end up doing coal power, then I gotta figure out how to... I gotta do, like, the water pumping over here, and then move the coke through with, like, super high-speed belts, and... fuck it. We're fine. Plus, how else you gonna say I told you so when it all goes wrong, huh? How about that? So that's 80 plastic per minute we're making. If I were to go the other way with... Guess I can take those. I suppose I didn't really need that container. I thought I'd have a lot more stuff hanging around. If we go for rubber, that's going to also have the heavy oil residue. 20 per minute though. Little bit more. I guess we could go residual rubber and pump some water in. 40 resin, though. Nah. Guess these would be just rubber. It's still 30 yen. And 80 residue. Same sort of setup, really. Could maybe even have it link around? Just overclock that one. I shouldn't. What the heck is this? It's like taffy. Yeah, it's gone now. This all could do with being quite a bit higher in the air. Okay. I don't think I initialized these yet. If we were to go the route of using alternative methods and get liquid fuel, and then go with like residual rubber instead of just straight into rubber, what would we need? I think I needed like 100 computers or something. Because rubber we're not really using too much of right now, so I don't mind waiting on that. Did I ever look at the new shop products? Don't think I did. Yeah, 50 heavy modular frames. Probably just make those by hand again, though. But computer, you know. I can make them by hand, but I assume that's going to take quite a bit of time. Or not. Wait, I do know how to make computers, right? Yeah. Ah. Communications, not electronics. 18 ticks. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, alright. Well, on the plus side, copper sheets and silicate, we can do that out by where we're mining up the quartz, I guess. We don't have to use the plastic for circuit boards. We both need copper sheets, but there is, I think, a pure copper way out there as well, so we can get those going pretty easily. It's quite the journey to ship it over, but again, the not truck, tractor doesn't have a whole lot to move right now. And it could be a truck. I think I gotta widen the door though to make that work. Then the plastic we gotta bring that over. The screws can be made over by steel. And the copper tubing we're picking up along the way somewhere. So, man, where would be the best spot to get a computer shop up at? Because that's like not really a great spot over there where I've got the building currently. It's kind of a lot to do. I think I can also do screws really easily at this factory as well. The cables are easy enough to do. That's basically here. Circuit board is going to be out by the quartz. Oh my god, typing. Ooh, circuit board. Probably going to be out by where we're getting the silica. I have to dress up the quartz a little bit, but there's two pure quartz over there that we're working with. This could be very easily adapted to... This has been paused for so long because these containers are full. We're not using this stuff as much as we're producing. So some of it could go into screws as well, which just generally helps out. Due north. It does kinda link up. We went around this side. They got poison gas to have to go over there. So like this mountain's kind of off limits. So just wondering if I get like a logistics bridge type thing from the northern bit to the southern bit, just shoot this all the way down. Or maybe continue this and going. Man, the rain is kind of wild out there right now. Jesus Christ. Ah! It was supposed to be just windy today. Yeah, well, I won't say no to rain. I just can't hear myself think. Oh my god, I never did roofing over here? Despicable. Yeah, we're like mostly already there, actually. So I could take out this little room and just output probably on, I don't know, it doesn't matter what side, but just output elsewhere. Continue the road, link up with the bridge over there. And that brings us kinda, sorta most of the way. Overflow system into sinks, definitely. That's easy enough to do. I've kind of got that already ready on this bridge. I don't have the power for that though. But I'm alright with that. I don't have a whole lot to spend tickets on currently anyway. But generally that's going to be the goal. Yeah. If I continued this, let's just... bear with me here. Come on, stairs. There. Gonna follow the middle one across. Why are you so anti-snap right now? What's happening, game? Oh yeah, it's Thursday today, isn't it? Yeah, that explains it. What the fuck? Fine, I'll do it down here. I'll do it down here. I don't care. Oh. My feelings. Oh, now I need concrete, huh? You're fine. It's a little bit stinky over there, but better than the other side of that mountain. So then either of you can make screws. Probably both of you make screws, because probably can't have enough screws. The circuit board's being made by the quartz. The plastic has to be shipped over. And that's basically it. Yeah, okay, that ain't too bad. I think I'll get this connected up. I'll commit to that. There's some more iron if I need it. Too chunky. Residue from rubber for fuel, so I have that also. Yeah, either rubber or plastic, one of those. I'll have set up as residual. And then the other one is gonna be, I don't know, direct maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's one of those deals where it's like it doesn't really matter which one it is. I think going direct into rubber produced more heavy oil. What are you doing in there? I see you. The player's too close. I have to actually calculate positions now. Oh, I was cheating before. Yeah, now who's a smart guy? It's not you. Here, let me help you out, friend. Goodness. There, do it the right way. Or don't. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Giant Mimir? Been a little bit since I've seen you, I think. How you doing? can't even really, like, I think I see like a small thin line of it from here. When you were a student, you worked on pathfinding algorithms for robots in cluttered 3D spaces. How'd that go? Because this game is like, yeah, I'm cheating. Like, it's barely calculating already, and it's like 10 meters out. Okay, really, what is with this? Why are you like this right now, game? Like, what? Oh. Oh yeah, I've got a jetpack. I'll never take fall damage again, says I. This game is like broken right now. I might need to restart it. You need to, there you go. You found it. Well done. For conveyor belt simplicity, 10 meters at a time. Well, I am on the global grid, though. It wants to snap to not the global grid. It's what it wants. It wants to just not snap to anything sometimes. I don't know. And then one more, and then whatever little bit you need to do still. Just the 3. If you go longer than 10 meters on a ramp, then your conveyor belt's gonna have trouble heading up there because it's gonna be too long and you gotta put it like in the middle of the ramp, and then it gets a really weird wavy look to it. It seems to have kind of fixed. Hi, doggy. There. All right. It doesn't get wavy with stacked conveyor belt because those things align with ramps. You can get the normal lifts to align with the ramp itself as well, but the belt, when it like connects up, it's gonna be like, ooh. But I've not tried with the stacked belts because I don't like the stacked belts just in general. They ugly. To me, at least. Yeah, that's right. You know, I think I might move the ramps up one, actually, so I get a touch of flat. Of 4. A bit of a landing. The vehicles will thank me. Well, that's all kind of fun, actually. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 over here. I think just 2. There was 3. So our output then, instead of out the window, we can just simply leave onto the road then. I think I had this here just because I wasn't really planning on doing much in this direction at the time, so it didn't really matter. And for the sake of simplicity, so I don't have to move all the belts, but also in case I one day get a truck through here. Mark 3 were those. Yeah, that's not. That almost is. No guideline. See, this is what I'd love to have, just a line that I can place, and just a line straight out from here that just stays there regardless of what I'm doing or where I'm at. Just place my own guidelines rather than rely on the game's kinda random ones. Seems like 4 clicks is the answer. Oh yeah. Ugh. See, and these guys, unknowingly, like these I can place and be like, oh, that's the wrong spot, and I right click and I get to just move it again. If I was just one off, I could be like, oh yeah, that's one off. And it's fixed. But with these ones, I can't do that, because I right click it, it just resets everything. Pain. And a ton of quality of life in this, but still a little lacking here and there. And trucks can definitely fit through that. And we've got our output. One of these outputs still has nowhere to go. So there's that. I guess we could move like proper cable production or something like that. Like, that's... How much are we actually moving there? $240? It's a lot. You could get 4 of these set up to make a ton of cables. And then we've got that automated somewhere nearby for the computers. Kinda, sorta. I think I'd be okay with that. Because then you can pretty much just throw yourself into... Well, it'd have to be a single window. Yeah, alright, never mind. I was gonna say you could just right in. Under the platform is where I've got my walkway for me. That's where I hypertube around, ideally. Trucks might generally have to have their own way of going about. Like, generally I'm gonna have... Like, this is all one factory area. From these buildings over there to these buildings here, this is all one factory area to me. So I'd be using, like, local logistics, which for the time being is belts. And more recently, I was using the tractors for a way out there to bring stuff over. But, like, when it comes to moving stuff from large factory area to a large factory area, we're going to be doing trains. And for moving stuff around within the factory, that's going to be... I mean, I'm kind of just making do with belts right now, so, like, I might not even use tractors and trucks, ultimately. But I just thought, you know... A little bit of maybe planning. I think we're, like, somehow still off a little bit, by the way. I don't know. It don't look great. Field of view. Probably that. I don't know. A nice thing with this game is there's like a million ways to do things, so it doesn't really matter. We just kind of keep on keeping on and make it look good as you go. And enjoy the stutters periodically. And your door is going to be... somewhere beyond the belt. And offset. Oh, cool. Wasn't really planning on doing a little cable factory, but oops. Needs to be done. I guess I put my ladder back for now. Initially, I would have liked to have had a vehicle that I can drive around in here, but the only things that fit are a little bit too slow. And ziplining is kind of out. I can almost bullet jump through. Almost. I used to have inverted ramps here, so it had a nice, I don't know, I guess like a diamond looking shape. It was like a nice pentagon. That was kind of cool. But with hypertubes unlocked, I've just been using those to get around. So beneath the bridge is kind of off limits for that. Need to do something about the outside of that building. That's the guy that we gotta kind of tear down at some point and redo, because I did all of that without having the steel screw recipe. Kind of knew going into it that, like, without that recipe, this is gonna suck. And it did. Door could always move. It doesn't have to be there, so I could, like, zipper in, because we're using tier 3 belt. This was how many? 240. 240. So 4 constructors, 6 constructors? Four constructors. So we'll just zipper in. God, plenty of room. And actually I should have them spun around like this. So the output's not like looping out and around all weirdly. Mark through the whole way because I'm lazy. A good sturdy spine. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'd like to have more half-tile things, because I was going to do like a half-tile floor just there, but then the walls wouldn't work. I don't have a half wall. I don't think you could like kind of force it by having the ramps. Maybe get something that looks okay. Right. Simple little thing, a little bit larger than it needs to be, but nah, it's kind of whatever, I guess. Give it a bit of light. Just going with it. Don't really have a plan. That kind of works, I think. Just got a promoted ad on Reddit for buy Swedish driver's licenses. Yes, plural. Well, it sounds really legit, I guess. Not really sure what you do with multiple licenses, though. How much more are you making? Like 120? Yeah. So a tier 2 belt's fine. The rest can stay, though. I don't really care too much. Hello, Kane Z. How's it going? One of the more enjoyable aspects of this game. Drawing belts. Whoa. Oh. We'll have these belts come through, then out here and head towards steel. The circuit boards will be also heading down from there because that's going to be the sheet and silica screws it can make itself, and the plastic's coming down from that way somewhere. It's gonna be a wild mix of belts just in and out on up top, which again, kind of what I wanted. Just things whizzing by everywhere all the time, maybe some vehicles here and there. And then our nice little tunnels of solitude down below to hide in when things get a little too scurry. Just while I'm here, may as well restock. Gotta enjoy making this spaghetti. Yeah, kinda a little bit. Although it's kind of like a circuit board type thing that we're doing because we got just like right angles everywhere and stuff. I'll take a few. They sell residence permits too. Excellent. Oh, maybe it's a really like nice one-stop shop for multiple personality disorder people. I don't know. Wrong way. Good driving. Well done. Oh yeah, still gotta power that building too. Right, we need to be up a bit here as well. Does that work? No, not quite. So what I'm gonna do... have you come forward a little bit more then. So it just cancels the whole lot. Okay, you have to be like all the way up then. Somewhere in there. You might have to wrap around the back and head in a different direction. What the... Yeah, okay. These can't be double. Well, what about a single? Yeah, a single works, though. Okay. Just checking. Should all be good. Alright, so we can tear that down technically from the very first starting spot. I don't have like a storage bin for these, unfortunately. I don't know if I really need to or should bother. Could just have it zip the other way and into a container and then come back, I guess. That's that, though. Hello, Valkyrie. How it goes? And the Caterium's also... Caterium wire is also not going anywhere. Do I have a use for that yet? Quick wire, right. I guess not. Okay. Not yet, at least, but whenever we do, I've got that ready. Just need to bring it somewhere. Got to start building overflow buffers that flow straight into sinks. I've mentioned this like 5 times. And you were there for all of it. I did. I have. I don't have the power to continue it though right now. Because I don't want to have 700 coal generators going all at the same time just so I can not generate tickets because they're too expensive. Wonder if I run into Ghost Tractor or not. God, I hate driving on foundations. They gotta do something about this. This is terrible. Further. Windy day with some strong gusts in between. Give you a good push sometimes. Yeah, we also have that. We had a little bit of heavy rainfall for a brief moment. Yeah, get out of here, tractor. Jeez, that got bubbled hard, man. I don't even think I touched it, truly. Not in my eyes. It'll be back. That's fine. It gets stuck in after, like, sometime it resets. So... our quartz business, then. Get something going for you. See, look, it's fine. Like, nothing happened. I don't know, can I do also the oscillators while I'm at it? Or do those require, like, actually stuff? Yeah, that requires actually stuff. Okay. We'll have to do, like a truck station that delivers stuff proper. And from there, smart splitters that are actually sorting this stuff out so they can fit onto the correct belt and head over, because I'm not belting crystal so far over. This is officially too far. This is maybe a second factory area over here, because there's still all that iron to use over there and everything still, and copper and just everything. Tons of stuff. So I think we'd be going for vehicles for that. Though I'm like kind of terrified of the idea of multiple vehicles sharing a road. They seem a lot better than they used to, but I might have to put down bumper rails just to keep them in line. But oscillators will have to wait, I think. Cool. Found some silica. Just sitting there. Probably my doing. Have fuel. And also biofuel. And leaf wood. Petals are pointless. A bit of poopy crystal, but I'm gonna be finding more. I have plastic and rubber. And the overclocks. And AI limiters. Okay. Trying to keep vehicles in line sometimes feels like herding lemmings. I don't know, they seem pretty okay nowadays. They were pretty impossible once upon a time though. But they really quickly just effectively physics off and just ghost around. So they cheat quite a lot. You can probably get vehicles to do things they really shouldn't be doing because of that. It's like, oh, hold on, I gotta actually activate because I'm up close now. Oh, jeez. Tires are spinning, and it's trying to follow the tracks really well, and now it's too far away for it to care. Now it's just like, wee, I'm a ghost, I handle turns perfectly, bye! It's so weird looking. God damn it. I'll take this over what they used to be, though. They were, like, genuinely almost impossible to work with before. Hey, look, stuff! Another container over there. And more just stuff. Oh god. Alright, we got a lot of this, huh? Alright. Well. It's gone now. There was some good stuff there, but it's gone now. I'm gonna just, take out the power, how about? Redo just all of it. Where was the second quartz? Ah, yeah. Here as well. You might have to loop underneath this as well. Much like what I'm doing with the concrete there. Just kinda doesn't quite fit, sadly. It does over there, though. It's largely fine. I think it was fine until I put in the ceiling mount. I think that causes this to lift up just enough. But oh well. But something similar here, where we can route them through. That is the 1 meter. Looks thick, but our character is only like 1.2 meters tall, it seems like sometimes, so it just looks like it's not a 1 meter. Oh right, I put my fuel away. Yeah, well. Actually, we'll keep that 2 meter. And I'll just do the frame foundations. It's supported. Yeah, it's gonna be too steep. Fine, fine. That relatively straight. I had to eyeball what 2 tiles would be. Pretty close. Not bad. Kinda clipping. It's debatable. The elevator to the lift? Maybe. Would probably be fine. This works well enough, though. And then this guy as well. Hide me from the truck. It wants me dead. Okay. So I guess we can do something like that. We do not need SM railing rank 8x201 anymore. I guess because it's a special because it's on the side of a ramp. Yeah, alright. Although it's not even the right railing, actually. Oh, I see. It doesn't care. So. Okay. Today I learned. Yeah, well then I don't care either. So what do we got going on here? I needed largely silica, which is just straight up producing in the constructor. Yeah, raw quartz, 22.5 per minute for 37.5 silica. Ugh. Okay. 22.5. M5. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll be doing a little bit of underclocking to just 20. Just 20. Okay. Like 88.5. It's like a radio frequency soon. 88.667. 88.8. 88.89. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're going for like a third. Fantastic. Copy that. And that was... Jesus, okay. It's a lot. I don't know where you go. I might even have you go, like, quite under to come out to over here, so you output into some constructors heading out this way. And then all of our outputs can be somewhere around here, I guess. I think one miner is plenty okay for the time being, though. Almost. That works. It works, and it's not possible to center. So maybe. Need 6 of these things. Goodness gracious. So then I could have been a bit smarter about this and centered them somewhat to the output, but oh well. Ugh. It's fine. It's not fine. Okay, we gotta shift these. And then that's just dead space over there. Oh yeah, I am missing one, aren't I? Thank you. You're only taking in 20, so a tier 1 belt will be plenty fine. And we'll go for the big in here. Why? How could you? It was your only job. It's fine. Do not care. And then merge them up somewhere over here. The thing is, right? I would need to, like, have insurance that both are being picked up, because otherwise I think it's gonna pick up just whatever is at the very end. Which in this case would be kinda mixed. But at some point the truck's not delivering enough concrete. Like, you've probably still got quite some in you, right? You're practically useless right now. Not delivering anything. So we'd have to make sure you can do a drop-off, which kind of means that we'd have to do like a truck station overflow thing where we just like melt the coupons right then and there to ensure that there's always a drop-off happening, to ensure there's always something moving along. Alternatively, we get another truck station, but we'd still have to make sure you can actually clear your inventory. Unless I go with a second vehicle for delivery and we get the quartz going a longer route. Which could also be done. I mean, I could, like, continue this road out that way. It's going to be heading out that way for, I don't know what, something at some point in time. I have no idea. And we then... we just have the one vehicle to dodge, but we could, like, reroute that so it's always on the right side of the road. So they should be able to share pretty well. I could put down a guardrail if necessary, but I don't know. Like, even if they collide, right, and they get stuck, they still reset, so, like, I'm kind of thinking it might not matter. An overflow chest attached to a second truck station, and then fetch all those overflow stuff into a single centered truck station for sinking. Same result, but more steps, yeah. I got room to put in a sink station next to one of these guys. It's not that big of a deal, I think. But you're saying, like, I could maybe do that with a train. Just all the overflow goes into this train station, and that train just sends it. It's like the pink train. It just goes over there, where shit just gets swallowed up by the earth. It's the garbage train. Yeah. All right, though. Because I need... well, I still gotta make circuit boards, right? I haven't even done that yet, but eventually the circuit boards gotta get moved somehow. So whether that's a second truck or... I'll probably do a second truck station, because they're pretty cheap to do. They don't take up that much space. They're kind of big. There's a lot of dead air in them. But, that's just where the quartz goes, and the truck just makes the quartz deliveries, and they probably just share the same road, and if they collide, then who cares? Only one sinking station wasn't that eating power like crazy? Yeah, the sink stations do get pretty wild with the power. It depends on the beltage you feed them with. Which for concrete would probably be a fast belt, so it's going to be a ton of power consumption, yeah. Okay, well, we need copper sheets done still. Which... easy enough to do. Yeah. That one over there can lick my ass. I'm not using it. You can copy a truck route to another truck, yeah. Because you save the routes in like a listing directory, and you can save and load it at any time. You just can't really edit a route. Like if I needed it to, instead of just going straight through, if it's like, oh, I need this one though to dodge off to the left here for whatever reason to like maybe make a pit stop and then continue on its way, it'd have to be a new route then. Hello, greeting Scar. How's it going? The sheets were, yeah, just melted copper. That's very easy. For this, we needed how much? Like, what's an okay amount? 12.5 circuit boards. Computers eventually needed. 25 per minute. So I'd like to go for like 5 to 10 computers, so 2 to 4 times that. So like 100 circuit boards per minute, give or take. So 8 of these guys. Just a lot of silica. How much silica am I making? How about that? We were doing like 33 times 8 or something like that, so like 240-ish? Yeah, apparently this is a popular spot. There's like everything here. It's pretty nice. This is sort of the start of a secondary factory that I've got going on here inadvertently. Yeah, 33 per. So across 8, that's like the 240, so we're okay for that. Or 6, not 8. Yeah, 6. So 180-ish, we'll say. $27.5 per minute. Notepad time! Yay. Nothing quite like doing notepad work off camera, am I right? That's great. So we're just gonna say 180 silica is what I'm making. The 3.3 repeating is just kind of, it's excess, it's fine. I'm okay with that being dead to me. So we'll say about 180 if I can find where tilde is on this keyboard. Oh god, there it is. I found it. That's what we're making. About 180 silica. For that, 27.5. Wait, do you actually... Whoops. Do you actually recognize comma? Oh, champion. So like 6.5-ish? So we'll say 6. We're going for 6 of them then. 6 machines. Which means... 12.5 times 6, 75, right? 75. So 75 circuit boards per minute we're making. And that's going to be needing... 27.5 times 6, 165 copper sheets we're going to be needing as well. And 165 silica. We've got about 180, so that's good. World's going down here? Yeah, okay. I think you had what I had a little bit ago. There's a little more coming for you in like 30 minutes to an hour. This is a much lighter rain, though. We're supposed to be getting just wind today with like a slight chance of a thunderstorm in like 5 hours, but really just a slight chance and for exactly 1 hour they claim. So they're going to delay that endlessly and then it just never shows up and they cancel it. So I'm surprised we're getting rain today. So 165 copper sheets. Right, which is 20 per minute? Oh god. Good god. To make 10 copper sheets. Okay, hold on, is there a different recipe for this? There is a different recipe for copper sheets, or isn't it like, is it copper ore and water or something like that, right? That you combine and you can pound out like 40 copper sheets per minute or something like that. That'd be great for this. Worst case, we only need 15 copper sheets per minute alternatively, which is still a lot. All right. I mean, it's going to be 16, 17 machines. 16 to 17 machines taking in 20 copper per... There's no way this is happening. 20 ingots across, let's say 17 machines is 340 copper ingots. Which, yeah. So we'll just say 17 machines, which is 340 ingots. Which is the 340 ore per minute. It is a pure, and I think there might be a second one. We technically have the copper for this. There's also Caterium circuit boards. Oh, nice. Yeah, alright. Because this is currently a pretty nasty bottleneck that we've got here with the copper. It is doable, though. 340 ore turning into 340 ingots via 17 machines to make 165 copper sheets. Or rather, 340 ore ingots. I don't know how many smelters that'll be. 8, I guess. 7 plus a bit. And then 17 machines taking in those ingots to make 165 copper sheets that we can put into 75 copper boards. So we can feed that alongside the silica into 6 machines to be making... I don't know how much. I'm not sure. That's just to like kind of balance though with the silicate that I've got. So let's say like not that much. We're gonna have to put 6 machines pumping all this out on the back burner. We're gonna be going like 2/3 until we get a nice alternate recipe for it then. Which means I should probably pick up hard drive scanning sooner than later. And then all this iron we've got here too. This is all pure iron. 4 of it. Kinda gross. I just don't even know how big the, unless I just overclock the entire factory, but then our power situation is totally screwed. 17 smelters, man. Like, you mine it and send it up, and it's just like this huge footprint of a building. Give me 2 of these. Sure. Ugh, get away from me. Ah, my face. Because that's 240 already. So we only need 100 more, technically. It's just how do I smelt all of that? Because it's going to be 7, 8 machines smelting. I don't know, like, maybe it's doable. Maybe it's doable. Didn't know you could place miners on high foundations like this. Yeah, sometimes you gotta be a little bit sneaky about it, like, keep some of the deposit visible. Otherwise it'll just complain like, oh, there's nothing there. It's best to do that with a 2 meter. It doesn't seem to complain with 2 meters, but sometimes 4 meters, like the full height of 4 meters is a little too much for it sometimes. It also usually gets a little bit off-centered. Like... this one is. It's off-centered. And there's nothing you can do about that. You just have to accept your fate. But it looks nice, so... That's why sometimes I don't mind having it, like, come out and do a bend right away, so it completely disguises the fact that it's a little bit off-centered. Is there a cool way up to this other copper? Because, like, we could maybe do this. Oh, that's quartz? Dude, why is everything taffy? I got Play-Doh vision somehow. It didn't even do anything. Owned. Another nice tip while we're kind of in the discussion about it, if you're using the global grid, never start off with the 1 meter foundation when you're doing global grid stuff. Because the 1 meter foundation kind of rounds vertically a little bit oddly, and you can get yourself to be half a meter off-centered. I had to rebuild an entire section of the factory because of that. Was pretty cool. Did I dismantle the one that I built on there? Yeah, okay. I need like an assembler to make portable miners for me, man. I use these things all the time. Sure. Because we're gonna have to have like a building on stilts that's like on all these like rock pillars. So we're gonna be having the factory bit like up here somewhere. So where you face doesn't really matter too much, I guess. And that's another 240. So foundation. You can do a 1 meter after you've locked onto the global grid. That's fine. It's just that very starting foundation that you place. Don't let that be 1 meter. Everything else is fine. Ish. And supports don't really matter at this stage because I don't know the dimensions of this thing, so we're gonna just have it floating and basically get it working first and then make it look pretty afterwards. That's how I reason it. Think the global grid didn't exist when you started 2 years ago, but you're not sure. Either way, nothing is aligned and you're safe. No, it didn't. You and I are in the same boat. This is the first time I've touched this game since like build 3. I think I really briefly checked out build 4 at some point in time, but didn't have the quality of life yet, so I didn't enjoy it very much. Okay. How about I spin you, actually? Cool with that? There's still some room? Yeah, alright. Zoom a bit of half foundation so your footpad looks okay. Oof, this can also be half foundations, I guess. Sure. So you can go up. Actually, I might have you spun back around to give us room. Because the smelters are 1 tile, right? Basically 1 tile. And you're kind of in between those two, so like here. 4. We're going for 340 ingots, right? So 8 is what I'm after. Sure if this will work for you, actually. Maybe. I think we're good. I think we're okay. 340. 340 or 340 ingots. It's 30 in, 30 out. The same number. So 6 would be giving me 300, and then 1 giving 330, and one of them I just need 10 from, so whatever. So yeah, effectively 360 ingots. We'll see if I can do the whole kit and caboodle. Alright, so let me up there. Let's see. What are we messing with here? How awful is it gonna be? Because I'm gonna just do zippers. Oh, God. Help. Yeah. I guess I'll give you one too. So we have a nice right angle. And I'm a little bit low on cable. Ew, copper ore I've got somewhere. Gross. Disgusting. Oh yeah, I took out the pure notes, right? Steel factory that has practically no foundations at all. Oh god. You monster. How far'd you end up getting then? With everything just kind of spewed about like a child's playpen. Tentatively here. I forget if it needs to be like... Yeah, no, that's fine. Mark 3. This place is gonna need its own power plant, man. Are you backwards? Yeah, but actually. Am I okay with that? I guess I could have the inputs come in here, so it's just like one line of outputs, one line of out. That might work out actually, and then we could like on the next floor up have the happening. Yes, maybe this will be fine. We just ignore that cave over there. It's too spooky to think about. Built anything at the Crater Lakes? Great place for mega coal power with 3 pure nodes. Yeah, that's where my power is right now. I'm imagining that's this. I got the 3 piers all being used by just a Mark 1 miner. I have to do like a big teardown and upgrade it to Mark 2 mining and double our output that way probably. Because I don't know how much fuel I'm going to be using for oil power, you know? We'll see. And you're coming up just kinda, however, but I think I need a little more space. Is that what the cool kids call my coal plot spot? The Crater Lakes. It's the actual biome name. Well, how do you know? Does the map tell you? Yeah, this will be fine, I think. A little bit tight. But that's what catwalks are for. When you wanted to head north to get a resource and built a path on your existing foundation, realize that it would only go northeast or northwest. Minor issue, but OCD tricking for you. Yeah, if you start, like, playing off like that, like you start going diagonal, it gets a bit complicated. Like, you can do that even if you're playing on the grid. You just gotta, like, you gotta baby it. Because it's gonna be kind of hesitant to do it automatically. Often I gotta, like, pre-rotate it and then drag it in. Then you can be off. You just gotta figure out how you're gonna have roads connect, because I don't think there's convenient corner foundation pieces for that. There are corner foundations, but do they fill that in decently? I don't know. You might have to get creative with a walkway or some such, or just like plonk a piece of machinery, like a really fat piece of machinery to cover the gap somewhere. So you just have this nasty, ugly seam, but it's hidden, so nobody has to know. Our little secret. I kind of gave up a little bit with, like, the OCD triggers that this game's got. Like, you play it enough and you realize, like, there's not a lot of help in it sometimes. It's getting better as the days go on, but there's still a lot of things that just will not and cannot match up. And that's just how it is. Okay. And you two can come out and head up to a second floor, and that's maybe enough spacing, kinda, sorta, for a second floor to get this stuff crafted up into sheets. No idea. We got enough room here to move however, wherever. Okay. And then the big thing, though, is the 17 machines that I need to do this, though. That's the big scary part. Unless we overclock them. Which I might do, because I don't think I got the power for this building regardless. So I might have to overclock it. Otherwise, it's going to be 17 machines to put all this together. Because I need 165 sheets. Fluxo has a trick by using road blocks, rotating them and then attaching foundations or walls. You mean the asphalt texture that looks like ass that's got seams everywhere? Yeah, I'm not using that for anything. That looks like ass and can't be used for anything. That looks terrible. I think I have that as the floor of the, some of my truck depots, just because I wanted a little bit of contrast, because I didn't have walls up at the time, and I don't think I ever undid it. And you can see your map on, what is it, Satisfactory calculator? Or something like that? You can import your save and see your factory on the map, and it's got it all drawn out, but it's got all the... It's got all, like, the mining nodes and stuff on there, and where all the slugs are and all that stuff, so I've never really looked into it too much. I just kind of know it exists. It can look quite interesting. Alright, let's get some walls down where I know walls are going. At least get a second floor started before we get too far into anything here, really. Out of concrete. Alright, that's fine. I guess. I'm also out of... Oh, yeah, it was the copper tubes I was out of as well. We're good on that, though. Help. Oh, no. I'm on concrete short of that as well. You can have my partial stack. You're welcome. Mostly glass foundations, but that comes with its own set of rendering issues as you build more and more. Yeah, you don't get the occlusion with that. Assuming you even have the occlusion enabled. If you have it disabled, then it doesn't matter anyway. I think it's disabled by default for some reason. Okay, bring me up there. What do we got? How massive is this gonna have to be? Also, we could possibly build out... And I'd rather not, actually. Unless we're going all the way out to this. I don't think we're going that big. It's gonna be a massive support beam, dude. So this way, into the Christmas trees. Okay. Just go that way. A bunch. Also, this to-do list I think I can finally get rid of. We're mostly done with that. There's, when you unlock steel, you can get the architecture glass frame foundation. That works quite nice. I've got that for a few roof tiles. I like to have it, because it's technically a 1 meter foundation, I like to have it sitting kind of above a little bit. So it's like a little bump and then the glass. Works quite well. Otherwise you gotta deal with the roof flat, which kinda works. Kinda? But really just kinda. As far as square glass goes, that's about it. I think it's a ticket unlock, yeah. Most things are a ticket unlock. You gotta click through the ticket stuff and see what exactly it unlocks, because sometimes it sounds like it wouldn't unlock much, but it actually does, and they just have it named a bit dumb. It's a little bit deceiving. Right, blue is the output. So we're looking at somewhere, I mean, again, it doesn't really matter. We can route these cables, belts, wherever. So I guess let's get it sorted upstairs and figure out where we need them to go then. It's probably easier. Just a constructor. Give us a bit of space on all the edges. $11. God. It's so much. It's gonna be just like the modular frame factory, where it's just it's a big boy until we get the unlock for it, and then we have a much more efficient way of doing it, and we can just bomb the entire thing and start over. Do the entire building's worth of work in like 2 machines. $15. 2 more. Yeah, the steel glass thing. Yeah, it could be a MAM thing. Yeah. It could also be. Okay, so we can do like maybe 8 and 7. Okay. At 160 I need on this line. So what do you think is in the way there? Nothing. Okay. And either or. Or also kind of anywhere else. Oh. We're a bit further over than I thought. Right. Yeah, that's very far over that one. Eh. The structural frame set is a ticket unlock. That's what's giving you... It's probably using the icon for these things. So you probably wouldn't imagine glass frame foundation to be there. So yeah, research through the silica tree, how to make glass, and then the ticket shop, Scott, probably what you're after. And that one's a little bit, I mean, we could do it. It is doable. It's a little bit wild. But it is doable. Would help if I had it the right way around as well. There we go. Okay, excellent. Well, that's easy. And you? Just, oof. A similar deal. Except, whoops. You all give ceilings too. Multiple version of the game, so multiple ways to unlock it. I think everything is in sync now. I think the experimental is the same as the, well, non. And I think it's also independent of which platform you're playing it on. I think it's all synced up. They're ready for a big update. You need to be back a bit, by the way. I dum-dummed, because that needs to be a splitter. It's alright, easy fix. Yeah, structural frame set. Yeah, that's the... It looks like just the framework steel stuff, but it also includes the glass. It's a good one. I like using it as a roof tile, but it also works pretty well as a like a glass floor tile because it's got that kind of beam through it in the middle. Not as... Yeah, splitter. Yeah, no, that's what we want. God, it's giving me multiple lines. Please just let me draw my own lines. Cables again. Are you kidding me? So it'll make me head back there and grab more cables and copper and stuff. It'd be cool if you could build a sorter / merger on top of the ceiling ground hole. Yeah, like a merger or splitter, but with the holes the other way around. Like rotate the whole structure vertically, I guess. So you get the ports out the sides, front, and back, But then there's also top and bottom as well. I've had a couple times where that would have been handy. The problem is, though, that they're gonna run into here kind of soon is like what 7 Days to Die runs into, where thankfully you can clip in this game, so it's not as big of a deal. But there's gonna be so many potential ways to build things that they also need solutions for all of those too. So you're gonna run into this menagerie of ways to build things, and there's gonna be just dozens and dozens and dozens of pieces to build anything, and it's gonna be a little bit overwhelming, and you're not gonna know what you're after anymore. And that's where 7 Days to Die is, where there's literally like 500 different building pieces, and a lot of them are just for that one very specific building. But someone out there someday might need it, so they had to include it. And annoyingly, they don't have a favorites thing. I don't know why. If you have pages upon pages upon pages of things for you to select, you should definitely have a way to favorite things and give me a favorites tab, so I can build my own listing. But that's okay. But that's what they've got going on, and I feel like they're also gonna have that soon, because they've got a lot of things, but it's like, well, now you have introduced the 1 meter foundations and half foundations, but now I need like half walls to fit those half foundations now too. But yeah, I did the same thing here. Oops. This should be able to move forward though. I don't think that'll be a problem. So like, here? Where's your output? Be merging. Okay. Might have to move this line forward a little bit. Yeah. That's asking a bit. Looking at water through glass makes it look a bit weird. Does it just make it invisible? Four, and then, yeah, I think there'd be fine. Kinda, that should work. Yeah. Makes the water extra visible. Ah, yeah, okay. It's usually one or the other because of how it has to be layered up. Either it just looks completely solid and you don't see through it anymore, or it just becomes invisible because they're cutting like the translucency in half twice. Additively, kinda sorta, if you know what I mean. Fairly normal. Oops. I think Unreal has a couple ways around that. I think. So you could have like clear glass looking through into some frosted glass and then looking through some water, and it would all work just fine. Sans performance, because oof. I don't need to do tier 3 for the entire spine, but I like to do it anyway, just Just so it's done. And then you're slightly off-centered, but you were just to get depth. Yeah. Out. That way. I did it again! Let's reconnect that down below before I forget. You agree that too many options can definitely feel overwhelming. However, I think there can be a good spot where there's a lot of options, and if you want that really specific thing, then it can be looked for in mods, or you can just ignore the small issue or work around it when building. I think the act of having to draw a line somewhere is in itself the problem, though. Like, whether you tell players deal with it or go get a mod for it, which is not really a great solution, IMO. It's a whole thing. It's possible that with this, they're able to get around it by having a lot of options without it being completely overwhelming, by allowing more building things that are like kind of designed to clip into each other and not be locked down to the strictly 1 meter grid. Because 7 Days to Die is the one where, like, this 1 meter grid, this floor tile would be a 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. So, like, vertically, it's also the whole thing. Well, I guess this is 4 meter, but you know what I mean. Like, you can only have one thing existing in that entire block. So, sometimes you can be creative by, like, you know, this is a wall, you only see this portion of it, but it takes up this entire space still. For a bit of porch, which would be the floor here. So it's like, okay, well, there's the fencing. And then let's put some spikes on the outside for defense. And there's all this room taken up now, even though it's really just a bit of fencing and a bit of spikes for defense on top of a piece of porch. And it's good and fine until you get to corners, because then you need to have a corner piece, because you can't just have wall and wall, because they can't exist in the same thing. You'd have to have like one wall outside like that. So that's being taken up. So there's your corner wall on the porch, and then I guess you can put spikes out here floating in space. It's Aki. It's rough to work with. So they have to have all these pieces that are specifically set and designed to be just, I'm this little itty bitty literal just corner notch here of this entire tile. So you can fit in and cover this gap, and it still takes an entire tile. It sucks to work with. You can clip in this game, so I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue, but it's starting to become quite a lot. Right. The green arrow there is a lie. It's actually red. Okay. 4 megawatts per. This whole thing is like 140 megawatts so far. Might go for a bit of underclocking. Like, Rogue had a really nice suggestion that'd be a handy thing for if you ever get off-grid. It'd be just like a foundation block that you place. You place a start, and you place an end, and it just fills in the middle like a conveyor belt. It's free place, though. And it's just a simple enough texture that just kind of works. So if you need to be put back on grid after being off grid, you slap down one of those bad boys that don't really care either way, and away you go. I kind of wonder if you could do that to some extent with the metal beams. If you do like the painted beams and you paint them right, maybe you could do like you're connecting one piece of road to another piece of road, and you like kind of dirty it up and make it look like it's a mid-construction type thing or so. I don't know. You'd have to be creative with it. It'd be a neat thing though. Easier said than done, of course, but it certainly have solved me a good 20 to 23 hours of rebuilding my everything because I was slightly off grid, it turned out. And then having to rebuild a piece of factory because I got on grid via the 1 meter foundation block, which causes issues. I was half a meter off. Thought I could use the catwalks and just clip it in through the ground or foundation to get back, but then it looks odd with the railings. I think if I were to get any mod, it would probably be like a ramp or a stairway that does not have railings on it. So if I were to underclock these things, because I only need 165 sheets across 17 machines, I have 17 machines? Seven and 8, right? Wait, 7 and... Wait, hold on. How many do I have? 7 and, like, 10. Ugh. Yeah, 17 machines that I've got. So... I needed 165 technically across 17. So 9.705... garbage. 19.7059. .0759 per minute. Yeah. Short. That saves us a bit of power across the board, I guess. Ah, good, I can't just run across. I look like too big of a gap for that. There. Easier on the brain to just turn off a few constructors? Psh, it ain't my brain doing it. Shit, that's the game trying to figure out that maths. I don't gotta worry about it. I just gotta get these outputs somewhere. And we're basically done here then. Probably into a double? Because these sheets are heading back over... Or am I bringing those here? How do I want to do this exactly? It's 180 silica. I mean, it's only 165 sheets as well. I can merge these outputs even, actually. So really just one output out the window or something. And bring it down. Did I mess up the number? Possible. Because I want the truck station to be over here. So yeah, I guess the final assembly for the circuit boards ought to be over here too. Maybe we can like lop it into this little section. I don't think that's going to be a big deal. It should be a fairly easy mission. It's only 6 of them, and it's just assemblers, so it's not that huge of a building. Heck, it could even be L-shaped. What a fun thing. So, yeah, we'll get these moved over. So I need 9.7059. There. Typed it into Twitch chat so I can copy and paste it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. 97%. Boy, is that not worth it. Oh well. Yeah. There. Okay. Make it Mark III, cause I can. And then all this extra building can go. So that wasn't so bad, really. I mean, we're not done yet. Sure. Maybe I put a window back here or something. I don't think I put too many windows on this building though, because this is a lot of machinery to to occlude. We're so high up. Wow. I think I actually just 4 meter here will be fine. Roof windows like that still let in some light, and I don't think I'll have an angle to see into the building much, so I can still keep all this stuff hidden. That's the idea, at least. Then I think, like, pretty much all of this can be just a nice, like, glass window type thing looking out onto a balcony. Wow. It's so cool. I like the panel window for up high. Is this even necessary? What even is this? Yeah, okay. Over here is not even necessary. Here is, though. Okay. Interesting. They're off by a bit, though. So you'd have to be, like, 3 high to meet up, right? In which case, then, not panel window, because that's officially high enough to do the nice, clean glass that I like. Looks like a fancy house in Los Angeles? Man, how much would this go for if it were? That sounds extremely expensive, considering. Because we got, what? 40 meters here and then this side? Like, this thing is like 40 meters by... Oh, that's like 40 by 40. So that's like probably 23 million? I would think. Roughly. That sounds right. Big fucking window. God. Let the nature in. And then that way so you can watch the not quite sunset because it actually sets south-ish. I think it sets like south-southwest on this planet. A little frustrating. But if it were Earth, boy, the sunset windows there. And sunrise windows too. Let in that early morning warmth. Then probably just like a flat roof. Or something. The idea is that I put ceiling mount power things around here. It's the general idea. As long as we can do that, we can move on with our lives. Guffaw at the power consumption this building's got. And then I get to, like, over the weekend see about doubling up our coal. Something. And a double outlet over there. I guess you can have that a bit too. I suppose, since you asked so nicely. I kind of like what I did with steel beams over at the concrete encased whatever garbage that thing's called. I'll never remember what it is. Wonder if I can do it again here. I don't know. We'll see. Encased steel beams. A little bit of ESB. ESB. Epsilon Sizzle, boy. That's what it stands for, I'm pretty sure. Encased steel beams? Alright, if you say so. And then I still want to get the corner foundation that's got the hole cut out in the corner. So I can just, like, have the power lines just through the floor on the inside rather than outside. Oh. One can dream, eh? Ugh, my hair. Ooh. Wire too long? The heck does that mean? So far, so good. How do I get you up cleanly? Almost. You know, it kind of works, actually. Yeah, almost. Did I say kind of works? Ha ha ha. Wire too long means the game is unable to calculate your awesome planning and cannot keep up. Ah, yeah, okay. Thanks. I thought so. I'm known for being really good at planning, so this makes a lot of sense, yes. I might have to get, like, foundations down. How about you let me start to place this, And do let me raise the poles to make it fit. Because it will not be too steep for long. That, I promise you. Whee! So, your turn. You should be a bit easier, though. You don't have to go very far. Ta-da. And now that we've kind of sort of got the dimensions down of the building, we can actually apply feet to it. Oh. Oh yeah, you need a little more, don't you? My mistake. All the lights begin to flicker. Ah! Max consumption, 2131. It's not as much as you would think it is because it's just like, it's just the basic smelters and constructors. It's not even assemblers. Assemblers are like, what, 15 per? That's when it starts getting kind of nasty. Uh-huh. But also help if I actually had things plugged in. Look, I'm not an electrician, alright? The whole, are you sure it's plugged in question, 9 times out of 10, no, it's not. Why isn't it wireless? That all looks nice. Okay. Just needs a minute to backfill into the machines in the far back, but we have output. I'm not sure how I get it over there exactly. So let's do it the kind of half-assed way for now and go from there. I guess just sorta. Alright, so you don't really need to go down much at all. Alright, yeah, fine. Good for you. I bet your mother is proud. Always these plates that I never have. Where can I get a plate? You there. It still looks okay. All right. Good. So you can come through and sort of ride along. And this guy is already elevated down here anyway, so no concerns there. Hey, do you have any plates on you, by the way? Be a lot cooler if you did. Yeah, fine. Wait, I don't really... Well, yeah, no, I do for the... I do. Alright, fine. Jeez. Go get some plates. But this with the steel beams, where it's just like I got the power connected to the beam, but they're also like kind of sort of supporting the roof in a somewhat interesting way. Kind of like that. I don't know if I can really do something like that in the Copper Sheets building though. It's just a little much. Car needs a jump button. It can have a jump button that you don't press. I need 15 sheets for it though. Allegedly jump pads work with the vehicles. Out of the way, tractor. Fucking. Okay, I'll go this way. Actually, no, I need iron plates though. I have to go this way. Yeah, jerk. Tractor's a little bit stronger than I am, I guess. Just wait till I get a truck. Then we'll see who's laughing. Oh, God. What the hell's it doing there? Just teleported up onto my road from below. So... I probably could have just, like, mined up some iron by hand, melted it by hand, and gotten back in the time it took to get over here. I thought it'd be a little faster. Yeah, well, I got the under road tunnel largely set up. I still need to do the ramps and connecting bits for it. So soon-ish we'll have hybrid tubes there, I guess. Maybe handy one day. Yeah, I got routes too. It's just, I don't know if we're gonna be, like, heading out this way much to where the hypertubes are useful. Like, we're kind of in this branching out stage right now, so
Oh my god!
maybe in future tiers, I don't know. Krug. Thank you, Prooferalga, with Prime 39 months. Thank you much. How you doing? How you been? I guess when I get a logistics area where, like, the central, just where everything is going to fill up containers, and then if it doesn't fit into containers, it overflows into a coupon machine, then I guess there'll be a little bit more back and forth then. Because at that point, we'll be doing so much branching out that I'm always going to have to be going kind of far out there. Shit. I got distracted by that, like, house on the waterfall. What do I have going on over there? What is this? Is that one of the coal miners?
Oh my god!
Oh, it's the Caterium way out there. Alright. Hey, Rayo. Rayo's lurking and gifting subs. Thank you very much, Rayo. Tier 1 gone to Miri Meow. How you doing? Don't know if I have a way up with you. I built a ramp over here, but I don't know if you fit up it. Very, very foggy over here. Come on, Explorer. Explore. Explore better. Easy. Ah, shit. How do I do this now? Maybe I can reverse up it? I think it's the front wheels that let me do fun stuff. Whoop, nope. We're okay. Kinda. Oh, okay. Yeah, fine. That's what the Explorer is, like, actually meant for. It's like the rock climbing. Maybe I can climb this rock, actually. Got a bit of, like, a starting rock there for it, if we can get up just that little lip. Yeah. Come on. Yes. Make this factory yours. You own this, Explorer. Alright, I might need a ramp here. Just, excuse me here. A vehicle in the way. Okay. We'll leave it there. Oof. Invisible tractor. Don't know why, don't know how, but it's a thing. It's like it loads in the tractor's, like, earmark location officially when it goes from being completely occluded and being just a bounding box moving around and turns into an actual visible thing in the world. It leaves behind that little ghost that is the tractor for all intents and purposes. I'm not sure what to do with this, but it's a thing. So. Is that? Yeah, okay. Kinda. I need to, like, lean back sometimes. My miniature character here, dude. Don't know why we have to be so tiny. Or rather, I guess, why everything has to be so massive. Peace. Oh, wait, what? Okay, that explains that. My mistake. No. That's off, man. What the hell? Whatever. Whatever. Future me, I'll fix it one day. Whee! Plunk. God, I want to just paint down my own guidelines. Oh, it'd be so good. Ended up not really needing those after all, by the way. I don't know where our input is exactly, but maybe with some diagonal belts. Oh, that's pretty good. Truck don't mind too much. Is there a... Kinda. And then instead of half 4-meter foundation, you're just a full 1-meter foundation. Okay. Just get rid of that, then we don't really need it, I guess. Alright, gives you a little more room to get up and around in case you, like, bump, I guess? I don't know. Get rid of the ramp wall and maybe get another one of these inverted ones. Yeah, sure. It's maybe a little more room for it if, in case my belt gets in the way, because I don't want to, like, have to raise to lift my belt as well. So that's heading out somewhere over here, I guess, is where the factory's gonna be. It's just a few 6 assemblers. Kind of a lot, I guess. I guess I could have you elevated, actually. We can have you go into a window over here. Or something. I guess that works out. I don't really care too much about the tractor's well-being. It'll figure it out. It's had a rough life. It's used to it. And you're outputting into, I guess, this window. Could squeeze in a little more room if needed as well. It's a pretty good amount of space over here, actually. Because then I can go ahead and, like, kind of sort of connect these buildings like what I did with the steelworks. With the encased beams. Just like multiple small factories linked together, so it's like an actual kind of complex. Or so. Six assemblers. Yeah, your input might have to be back a bit. These are a little larger than I thought. Then 4, 5, and 6 would not fit. So, man, I really don't want to overclock these. I need this space. You have to come through that window. Shouldn't be a problem for you. And I could reclaim some space back here, actually, since we're not going higher than that. So that just, like, rests on the roof? You're using this building as your footstool? Make it work, make it look pretty later. Road designs with 45-degree turns. My wife did something that worked out pretty okay using the inverted corners. Or I guess, yeah, it'd be the inverted up corners. You can get something going with that. It takes a bit of doing, but the way that she's got it is she's got the roads are recessed into the ground a little bit. So she's using like the inverted corner, that inverted bit there of, I think she's using the 4-meter ones? No. Inverted up corner 4. Okay, maybe just the 2. But like the angle bit down she's got set so it's like clipping into the ground. Such that it looks like it's a gutter. Or like that would go like into like a sewer system beneath the street. Not that there is one, but it looks like there would be. It looks kind of cool. But she uses the inverted corners for that. I'm not sure how you go about painting it, like material-wise and decal-wise. If you're going so far. Is that enough room? Kind of. But I think you have to be back from the wall a little bit. Or we just have you come into the ground after. One of you has to come into the ground, actually. E. Because then I can have the other one lift down into the machine. So you just across. Oops. Try to have catwalks next to the road, and the graphics went nuts when overlapping. Yeah, they do. Don't really have a great solution for that, unfortunately. I guess the solution to that would be like, well, nah, with diagonal road it wouldn't work. I was gonna say just like throw the 1-meter walls everywhere to act as a covering plate, but I don't think that would actually work. I think we gotta like bring these out a little bit too. Maybe to here. Yeah-ish. So, assembler. Against the wall, make room for a splitter. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, and 6. That would work. And if I shift the entire lot down so you're centered with that, that can be how we kick the whole thing off. Actually, you'd want to be... Hold on. We have to do a little bit of the weirdness. I don't fit. Just temporarily so I can play stuff. And then splitter. No, that's how I did it before. I had to do this also for the encased steel beams. Just having a little struggle trying to figure out how exactly I did it. But I think I free placed splitters, and of course I'm out of cables. Because why should I have cables? Are you sure you don't have cables? Son of a... Why did we get out that side of the Explorer anyway? Jeez, what is this? Australia? But no, you don't. I totally don't want to go back. Okay, hold on. Get rid of you. There, so that's centered up with the window and everything. And then from this we can build yeah, it's jammed in there pretty tight. Installed! Jesus criminy. Yeah, I mean, it works. Does it look good? I don't know. Do I got room to move this up 1? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, like literally 1, I think I'll be fine. There. Okay. And then this belt just continues across the whole way. Nice, that works. Okay, cool. I didn't know that actually worked. They can make it over that hump without, like, acting too weird. Because I always tried to make it just, like, one even belt. Yeah, alright, nice, no problem. Cool. So, rotors and cables. Alright. At least we got room for it. I think roadside catwalks would be a nice thing to have also for a mod, maybe, where it's like half foundation with also catwalk connected to it. For 1 meter, 2 meter, and 4 meter increments. I'd like that as well, because it'd be cool to have a catwalk alongside the road, but the problem is that the catwalks are kind of locked down to either 4-meter incline or 2-meter incline. So if you have like 1 meter or anything, then you're kind of SOL, and you have to also commit with if you're going ramps or stairs, because ramps are 2-meter, stairs are 4-meter, and there is no in between. Because then I could have done the alternate thing where we have a walkway going like alongside this whole bridge thing. So we can just like kind of run along or zip line along and admire everything going on the road. But the way that we have it now where we're the tunnel beneath, it's mostly just, get there, kinda, you know? Which, that's its job, I suppose, but it would be nice to have a little bit to look at while we're doing that. The windows are okay, I guess. Maybe as the factory's filled out, it'll look a little bit better in the tunnels. The side window's actually looking out into something. And I never got a storage container for these, did I? Nah. Okay. I'll just take from the outputs then. And also, reinforced plate I needed? Rotors. And we're doing like a full circuit here. Oh, I got like fuzzy dice or something there. Alright. It looked like a crash test dummy thing. All this for computers, man. It's like just about the entire stream getting the prerequisites up to get computers going. I don't even know how many computers we'll get out of it. Probably just like 2 or 3? Maybe? Actually, rotors is what I want. All right. Tubes are cool, if not a little bit slow, unless you get like the chained together entrances. Or what I've got are the sort of stop points, which is just 2 entrances facing each other that I can slow down before I get there and it doesn't grab me into the next tube. But if I just go full force through, I do get a bit of a speed boost because I maintain some of that initial momentum. So that's a neat thing. You notice it mostly on the I'll just go the whole way. On the way that way over there. Because I've got a bunch of them set up for the uphill climb, because going uphill with this thing kind of sucks to do. You lose a lot of speed. So I had to like multiple entrance it a bit. And I think I might just generally do that across the board when I do these. Your tube switching stations end vertical up and you have to land in the next tube. Giggled for hours when doing it. If you miss, you splat and die. Part of the fun. That's great. Let's see, just get a little more speed every time we go through them, and there's a couple more up here. So I think for especially the long hauls, we're going to be doing that to really get going fast. And, let me hitch a ride. Like, especially this is a long trip. We're gonna have to do something for speed on it, definitely. God, you know what? Never mind. You're so slow. I'm faster than you. Bullet jumping for the win. Four-legged whale. Like a whale tick thing, yeah. They're just loud. They're really healthy and they run away when you damage them, so I just drive into them now and knock out their stupid legs out from under them. They laugh at you too. They're like those gassy whales from Subnautica laughing at you all the time whenever you make a mistake. Yeah, thanks, whale thing. Really cool of you. Can't use the jetpack to give myself like a little boost. Sounds like someone doesn't like whales. I don't like when they laugh at me, no. I didn't do nothing wrong. But there they are. Laughing anyway. One, two, three, four, five. 6. Excellent. On the left inputs, yes. Okay. Parp parp. Not sure if the ones are actually connected onto the belt or if I put them on the floor on accident. I'm a little uncertain with the way that these are snapping. Seems to be largely okay. And you only need 27-ish. So tier 1 is fine. So, where's the actual door into this then? There's not a lot of room to work with here. It's kind of like sand. It's silica. Silica and copper sheets to make circuit boards. Because I didn't want to bring plastic all the way over, because screw that noise. We make more per minute with the silica anyway, so. Outputs over here? Yeah, I think I want you to not be like that. Maybe like it's not any better. I want them just like reversed. Zipper out this away. And then you can wall run, and then we've got a little bit of a space to like enter the building and do anything at all. Yeah, I think I want that. All right. It's happening. Hear those birds? They're quiet, but they're laughing at me too. I don't like them. I need a slingshot. Oh, or the rifle. I keep forgetting we can get a rifle one day. Then we'll see who's laughing at me then. Oh, it's all fun and games. It's like Kepler, man. Boss beats my ass and then I find a fucking handgun and show up again. That's fucked up. Alright, where's your output? Perfect. All right. Seems a bit nicer. That's still a little bit like, whoa, hey, what's going on here? But and then yeah, not a lot of other spots for a door, so there you go. There's that door. And your outputs are... I suppose out here could also work. You know what I wonder? Can I do like an inverted corner ramp, or maybe just an inverted ramp in general? Sneaky. And get rid of you. Hitbox porn. Oh. Excellent. Yes, precision engineering. Those are words you should think of when you think Yeti. Precision engineering. Clearance. These are some very charged words here. I'm not sure about any of it. What was it per? Like 15? 12.5. Doing 75 at the end of the day, I think. We'll go with the normal railing since it won't fit anyway. Oh yeah, it's an inverted ramp in it. Oh no, that should work. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Yeah. Fancy. Only thing is we've got also that foundation, but I think it's fine. Oh, oh. Ah. I'm being ragdolled by the car. OSHA's on its way. Look, I know. There's a little gap in the hand railing, and this is below 300 lumens. I get it, okay? I do. I get it. But I never invented OSHA. Not in this world. Nor the next. Not sure what I do for roofing generally, but I will for now at least get basic power poles down. Help. Visual noise. Where's power pole? There it is. Oh my god. Just completely lost track of everything. Okay. Let's short out our power systems. No, nothing yet. They're all green. Instead of Occupational Safety and Health Administration, should have Equipment Safety and Suit Integrity Administration. The SIA? Oh, that sounds awful. I would obey the SIA. They don't sound like anybody I want to mess around with. And these circuit boards, like, I was gonna have a truck station here, was the initial hope, but, yeah, I don't know, maybe a second truck station across the way. You get two of them up there, because I think we could get a second one up there. I really like just the general, like, ramped U-turn sort of deal that we've got going on here. So I'd like to keep that. Oh yeah, you've got to be like a 2, don't you? That's okay. You can stay a 2, but... you guys gotta be 4s. Because I need structure in this. Shrug. What a loser. Oh, God. It's trying. Oof. Okay, there it goes. Just takes a few seconds, but they pop out always. Yeah, you gotta drive it yourself at first, and like start recording a path for it, and then it'll follow that afterwards. If it ever gets stuck, it just like auto resets after some time. The system used to be garbage, but it's gotten a lot better. Still just a little too high though is the thing. I just, oh jeez. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that though, actually. This is when I would really like to have the low profile conveyor belt, which is just that like top horizontal rail. So I could clamp that onto a foundation, and it's just like those conveyor belts at an airport that you can stand on. Like, the next best thing that I can think of is just like walkwaying it, because those are a little bit thinner. But I don't know if that'll be enough. Like a patch job. I don't know if the proper industrial ones are any better. No, those are not at all better. Wall mount is an idea. Technically, these would work though. You moron, you've done it again! Oh, what a goober. Jeez. Mark II. Yeah, the wall mount lets you get pretty low, huh? So we stick with the 4 meter there. And then just the 1 meter here. Whoa. That seems pretty slick. I mean, I think that's close enough, right? Like, actually, I think I think we're okay. Like, only just. Alright. Good idea with the wall mounts. I forgot about those. This is also Mark II. So you also ride along on the wall for a bit just to get away from this rock. They're really going like full binoculars with that, man. Phew. These are much lower to the ground, right? Oh, they stand up on their side. Wait, what? Who places circuit boards like this? Fix it. What the hell? Alright. So, what the? So, similar deal. Just need a half foundation. Yeah. And yeah, stacking wall mounts, it's just a wall mount thing. It can be just like above or below or whatever. Yeah, I guess you have to come out just more then. Really just really skirting the ground here with these, though. Boy, oh boy. Eh. Okay, this is a 2-meter foundation. This can be risen a little bit. That's okay. We can work with that. Okay. Oh, attachable like that, a wall mount to a wall mount. Oh, that I don't think so. I don't know how they would clamp on like that. Nah. Nah, even if you tried to get like quite fancy, like maybe on the side of a pole to like force it. It's like you'd have a wall. And then you put a beam in. Oop. And then you get rid of the beam. It doesn't look great. But technically doable. Man, this whole area over here is such a mess. What is happening with it? Well, hey, circuit boards are being loaded in, right? That's what we needed. Just gotta power this and set this to be load. It's happening! Oh yeah, I wanted these instead. Attack on Titan with chainsaws. Alright. We'll, make it look pretty another time, I guess. And I need another tractor. Excuse me, you there, traveler. I need, to borrow some fuel. Okay. Because you don't have any of the fuel. Alright. So, record. Start recording, start off by jumping out. Stop recording. Start recording, start off with a cargo load. We'll wait here a few seconds. And go. Oh my god, the other tractor. Ugh. Route ruined. The speed run is over. I can remove some of the markers from back there though. Remind me to do that. These circuit boards are heading over to steel. So... like, I can't have you go out and get a refuel. I don't think. Thank you, Mr. Tarvin. You know what? This doesn't matter anyway because I don't have a truck station down there, regardless. I need to build a second truck station, and then probably also give it some coal for fuel. Unless I bring liquid fuel over, I guess that's also an option. For a journey this long, that might be the way to do it. Because I don't remember if I had really much coal to spare. Tractor versus tractor. I'll call that a win. Fancy teleport move he's got, though. Yeah, the roads are like that in this. I'm not a fan of it. It's worse with the Explorer because it's like super suspension wheels. They freak out. I wouldn't mind it if it was just a visual thing, but like it's actually tossing me to the side a little bit here and there. It's properly bumpy. I tried the asphalt road and the grip metal roads and all those. And that required, like, all of the coal we've got. A journey much longer than this, we have to go with the fuel. So, I guess... These have to be up a little bit higher, but I guess we move some fuel over. If the tractors like fall off the road or something and get stuck, they eventually teleport. If they can't reach the next node within so long. So no worries there, really. I suspect that's too long or too high. Too steep. Oh, you know what? I might just riser you then. It's gonna be that way. Because I'm not having these things out in the middle of the road. Never noticed it with big trucks, so you wonder if they got special suspension. Re-bumpiness. How fast does the bigger truck go? Because I think it's like kind of tied to speed. Tier 2 belt. Mark 1 belt. Looks a little bit weird, but I think we'll get used to it. It is what it is. That way we actually still have some room to maneuver here. I don't have to have a pole in the literal middle of the street. But maybe the cables, because they're still just kind of like a temporary thing. Because I don't know how to route them in, but maybe we get the truck stop, like on the side of the steel factory here. It just pulls in. Like an alleyway or so. Could almost make a truck and find out. They had to hack vehicle physics into Unreal 4, so Update 8 will have whole new suspension and bumpiness, or lack of, on platforms. Ooh. Sounds handy. Transport, truck station. Or too steep. Maybe. Right. It's at least a little bit of a lip to work with, I guess. To help the truck get out, or tractor rather. And this cable line just simply goes somewhere else. This is just a placeholder spot. That'll probably zoop off and maybe like do a cool wall ride or something along, or I don't know. Zoop together something of a basic wall. Put a wall mount on there for reminder. Oh. What a fun and wacky shape. Oh. So, objective for next time / maybe over the weekend I'll do it. I kinda doubt it, but you never know. We gotta figure out how to get probably fuel into this, though I guess I wouldn't mind it being coal. Because, like, it's only 100 coal every... I don't know how long the trip would have taken. 5-6 minutes, so like 20 coal per minute, maybe? Which isn't a whole lot. I suspect we probably have enough spare coal here that we could make that work. Otherwise, yeah, bring in fuel over from the plastics area once we get that set up proper. We got that kind of started, but some massive room for improvement still. We still need to, like, actually do it. But on the plus side, we've got just about everything ready for computers. Just about. So that's nice. Plastic needs to be brought over still. Screws can be made in this factory that I'm on. Cables are right outside. Circuit boards are right outside. We've got 75 circuit boards per minute coming in. This only needs 25, so we're good for 7-ish, 7.5 computers per minute. I don't know how cables and plastics are for that, but like I think that's a pretty okay start. I think when I first got into this initially, might have just, I don't even know if it was 2.5 computers per minute. I think I had to underclock the thing because I was so low on something. Don't know what it was. But I remember having just absolute dreadful computer output. I think generally my steel overall was pretty terrible at the time. But we're much better off now, I think. So should be an alright amount to get going. And then figuring out whether I'm making rubber or plastic down by the oil fields. And working on the expanded power infrastructure, actually finishing that off once we figure out computers. We can just make the heavy modular frames by hand. I don't have that automated yet, though I probably could. It's just a lot more screws, again, as with all things, but I've got the cool recipe for that, so easy peasy. Pipes, encased beams, screws, modular frames. It's all being made. Just need to, like, have it shipped around, you know? Okay. Okay. So yeah, finish up the computers. While the computers are being made, work on the plastics and rubber a little bit. And get the expanded power infrastructure, get going with some oil power. And I guess over the weekend I might see about tearing down the coal, actually. That's something that I ought to do. Turn the 3 coal miners that I've got up there into the Mark II miners. Doubling our coal output, and then kind of doubling our power output as well. Maybe do some overclocking as well, because there's quite some slugs around that I've been seeing, and I've got some overclock things, I think, on the Explorer. Like 25 or something, I think. So maybe. But for now, I'll leave you. Wrap it up here for the week. I'll be back on Tuesday for some more. I think Tuesday will be a normal stream. I don't think there's any plans going on. Oh, the tractor's right here. Right. I thought it was way over there still. 25. And I'll take a canister of fuel and, like, manually put it in just to confirm that it can hold it. Not that I have to do coal for some reason. If I have to, I'll overclock a coal and do it. I'm not beyond that. Ah, okay. Good answer. Good answer. I guess that's probably the easiest solution, and maybe what I do at the start, actually. Just overclock a coal for a bit. Bring it over. Very possible. Especially with tier 4 belts coming soon. Whew.